welcome to Ajax Downs on this Wednesday, August the 2nd. Jennifer Morrison, Nick Kukas. It's August, Jennifer.
I don't know how it's August. Is it August already?
It's August.
How is it already August? Oh my goodness.
Really. That's, you know what that means. The X is going to open up in 2 weeks. And I think the 18th this year. And that means we're going to be ready to hit the fall again.
Yeah, I know.
I don't like this at all. I really don't. I'm so depressed. That's our show for today. No, I'm just kidding. We got a great card of racing today. I just get depressed when the clock turns to August. The calendar turns to August. I want to be summer all year round. Day 13 today. We got 7 exciting races on tap here at Ajax Downs, including the 4th running of the Ontario Bred Futurity, which of course is our 7th race on today's card of racing. Feature race. We do some scratches in that race, which disappointed me a bit, though, Jen.
Well, yeah, so we had the 2 trials for the Futurity for the 2-year-olds, and there was a couple of horses from 2 barns, and I guess they figured they'd just run one of them, and, you know, because we're still only halfway through the season. We've got the big 2-year-old races. This is the first big 2-year-old race, $58,000.
Right.
But, yeah, there's still quite a few events, so... And I think the couple of them that were scratched were maidens. So, I mean, the hard hitters, the heavy hitters, the immediate stars of the future are in there. So,
Bob Broadstock's got 2 in there. He's got 2 out of
yes, he does.
2 out of 7. He's got a pretty good
with
chance.
With 2 different owners, yes.
Yeah, my man George. George owns one.
George Coleman, yep.
George, Moneybag George. He always comes and he's got a satchel full of money coming to the race.
Yes, I've never seen $1 of it.
Anyways, let's move on to race number 1, the Speed Index event. These are 3-year-olds and up with a speed index that has never been better than 85. We do have a scratch in here, unfortunately. The 1-horse Runaway Sugarman has been scratched. We're down to a field of 4, but a very competitive field of 4. I landed on the 4. You landed on the 4. Talk to me about the 4.
Red Wagon Dust, yes. You know, a wonderful fellow, one of my favorites if you've ever heard me talk about him. You know, he's got 6 career wins now. In fact, 17 in the top 3 of 22 starts. He took a class drop 2nd time out this year and was a very, very handy winner. He was even money. Loved him that day. He was well bet again last time. He was back up in class. But unfortunately, he was acting a little bit silly in the gate and had to be... Well, actually, no, he wasn't scratched, sorry. He broke from the gate without Tony Phillips.
Right.
That's right. And so that was kind of a boo-boo. But he's a wonderful horse, and I mean, I just think he's... I agree with what you say. It's actually fairly competitive for a 4-horse field because I noticed Chiseled Man was taking a lot of early support out there.
A lot of early support. I like Kit's a winner, Norm Lloyd D'Souza riding for Paul Garrison to be 2nd in here. You know, I think this horse is coming into form. Hopped at the start last time, tired late the start before, but I think this horse is coming into form. Probably will like the 4-horse field.
Yeah, well, I liked her race 2 starts back. 3rd to I'm Speedy with the 84. I mean, look who was 2nd in the race, Jess a Deal,
wow.
Who would win this race by, like, you know, probably 3 lengths or something.
Exactly.
I think Kit's a Winner is definitely a contender for the exactors.
Okay, let's move on to race number 2, a maiden event. These are 3-year-olds and up, going a distance of 350 yards. I landed on the 3-horse Dagny Taggart, and you landed on the 4 Dark and Stormy.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting maiden event. We have all kinds of different horses in here. I'll just start with the horse I picked, Dark and Stormy, who actually won last time. Yes. This is a beautiful, beautiful horse that Craig and Lauren Spada got last year. Slow learner, no question, and finally broke through for a maiden win in a race against some winners last time. But, of course, if you saw that race, you know, he came out of the gate and went straight to the rail, hit the railing, and just took off. Like, he won very easily. And, unfortunately, though, he came in and sort of took away the path of the 2nd horse pretty cold, so he was disqualified from that. My question to you before we talk about Dagny Taggart is, when a horse wins a maiden race or wins its maiden, do you often bet it right away the next time?
No.
Ah.
No.
Interesting.
No, because if it wins, then it's got to run against tougher horses, generally speaking. You got to run against winners. When you're running against maidens, I mean, the beauty with that kind of condition is no one's ever won before, so there's got to be a winner in that. But now you're running into a winner's race. If it's a non-2 life, perhaps, and the field isn't salty, I might consider it if it was an impressive maiden win. I mean, I take that back. If it's a 2-year-old, it's a different story. If it's an older horse, then I feel that way.
And this horse is lightly raced, and he's in with maidens for the first time in the last few starts. So he's back in with maidens, even though he won last time. But having said that, Dagny Taggart, I mean, she finally gets off the rail today. She had the rail post
really.
4 races in a row.
Wow.
Led late last time. I mean, was leading for much of the race at 330 yards. Has to go 350 now, though, Nick. Has to go 350. So, you know, I don't know about that, but, you know, she's getting closer. I should mention the first-time starter, which I'm not sure about the pronunciation of the name. I believe it's Suge. This is a Sugarman Perry Firster for Daniel Stevenson. 2 smart bullet workouts, and this horse is a full brother to Ruby Jess, who runs later today, and she's quite talented.
Let's move on to race number 3, which is the start of today's Pick 5. This is a speed index event. These are 3-year-olds and up with an average of 80 and under. 350 yards the distance in here. Again, we've landed on different spots. I've landed with the 4-horse. Down in Carolina, you've landed on a horse that I really, really like, T-Rex. I mean, I just think this horse is a wonderful horse. But back to the question you just asked me earlier. Just broke his maiden.
Right.
Now coming into an open, not even a non-2 life, multiple winner race.
Right, yeah, no, exactly. And, you know, down in Carolina, you know, has 5 wins. I mean, there's no question that he's one of the better horses in the race, him and Princess Leia for sure. But down in Carolina, I just, you know, I haven't been able to figure out what's going on with him this year.
Right.
6 starts, just hasn't been exactly like the horse he was last year. He dropped in class to the 8,500 level, ran much better last time. Interestingly enough, the winner that day was Dark and Stormy, who's in the second race. Went better. T-Rex, I mean, a strong maiden win. I went for it, but I'm really interested in the 2-horse Pink Leona here. This is a horse that won, actually was placed first in Zia Park in New Mexico last year. And she just made her 3rd start at Ajax Downs. I want to show you this race because I think it's really, really a fascinating race. You know, she didn't get away to the fastest of start. Now, I didn't want to see the head-on of this, but okay, it's not bad. Anyway, she does break a bit outward. I just wanted to show the pan of this race because I want to show how fast that she actually flew through the stretch. This is a horse owned and trained by Brooke Sisson, and Ruby Sunday was very strong in this victory. But I love the way Pink Leona, I'd like to see the pan shot of this, if we can. And I love the way that she closed ground in here. Bodacious Tatas, who's second from the right. She was second in the race, but Pink Leona was going by everybody, like 2 jumps past the finish line. And, okay, it looks like we're not going to be able to see the pan shot. But anyways, take my word for it. Pink Leona closed like a house on fire. Do not ignore that horse in the Pick 5, the first leg of it. I'm not sure how I'd play the Pick 5 here. You know, we've talked about 3 horses maybe. Do we use all 3 or 4 horses? I don't know.
Well, there's a rule. If you're going to use 4, you might as well use 5.
So, yeah, exactly.
There's 5 in there. I mean, I can't count the number of times in my life where I've done that, left one horse out, and that horse has come to bite me in you know where. So.
Yeah, so that might actually be an all race for the Pick 5. We'll see how it shakes down as we go along.
Let's move on to race number 4, an allowance event. These are 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2, or Ontario Sire, which have never won 3. Again, you picked it. You went 2-1 in here. I went 5-6. We're on completely different pages. Talk to me about Crash on Oki.
Yeah, I mean, and then you can see from my notes here that I had the 5 on top at one point the last couple of days, and then I changed it. Crash on Oki, I just think he's a very talented 3-year-old. He started the year running in a trial for one of the derbies, the Open Derby. Ran great, but then didn't have the best trip behind Snow Moose. Having said all that, you know, he ran second. Just always right in there. He finally won his maiden against some winners last time. I mean, a pretty decent field, going 110 yards. Now, I realize he's, you know, now an allowance race going 300. But I just think this is a talented horse. And, you know, I think with that sort of feeling of confidence or whatever between his rider. It was his first win, Alexis Sanchez's first win at Ajax here on Krasnoki. I think they got a lot going for them here.
Yeah, I mean, I went to the 5-horse SW, and
well, it's Annihilator, but it's spelled wrong.
It's spelled wrong. I always trip over my letters sometimes. JB Botello retains the mount on this 3-year-old gelding. Has had 4 starts. Getting into this running third in seconitis, or it's not seconitis, but third. 11 lifetime starts with 5 thirds.
Yeah.
Only 1 win. So I'm getting a little worried that this horse may not want to finish, which bothers me. So maybe my backup is the 6-horse, A Shades of Cold. Brian Bell riding for Jason Pascoe. Brian's been riding lights out the last couple of weeks. I think maybe this jockey change might wake this horse up a little bit, A Shades of Cold.
Yeah, I do agree about the wake up possibility of A Shades of Cold. Again, here's another one that was been racing against Snow Moose, who's like one of the best horses on the grounds,
and
right?
Sour Candy.
And Sour Candy, exactly.
And One Fabulous Way.
And One Fabulous Way.
Oh my! Oh.
Yeah, so he's been running against the good ones, and 3 starts ago had a terrible start from the gate, so he had no chance. Last time he actually had the rail and actually showed some good speed out of the gate, but was essentially inhaled by the Snow Mooses and the Sour Candy, so I expect a lot better. I like SW the Tempest. I love the way she flew through the stretch there and won her maiden last time in her 10th start. What a nice money-making horse she is for Chantal Bourgeois. We'll see how she does now in Allowance Company from the rail.
You know what? She beat a horse called Dagny Taggart last time. You're going to be able to see how Dagny runs in the second race. If the horse runs really, really well, you can probably escalate that race, because that's a big number, a 93 speed index. So,
I know, and it says 11 miles per hour. I mean, there was a fairly significant tailwind, but the track was very fast that day.
Okay, there you go. Let's move on to race number 5, a speed index event. These are 3-year-olds and up with an average of 90 and under, 350 yards in distance. Again, we've gone in a little different direction. I really like, as a matter of fact, I think this horse is my best bet of the day, is the 2-horse Chick Stick Money Bag.
Well, he actually might win today, because I think I picked him like the last 3 times in a row.
And lost every time.
And lost every time, the poor guy. So he ran last week in that incredible race where all 6 horses were almost in a straight line, And, horses like the great Maryland Magic was last, beaten like half a length. So Chick Stick Money Bags was 3rd, lost the 3-horse Photo. He's just all around getting ready to win, and I thought I'm going to give him a break today. I love the way Just a Deal blew by horses and won easy last time. However, that was 400 yards. She is a long-distance horse, so she cuts back to 350. Mom's Extravagant Heart.
Now, listen to what you just said. You don't say that too often in 1 year. She cuts back to 350. You don't say that too often here at Ajax Downs.
And Just a Deal's a horse that actually won going 770 yards in a non-wagering race a couple years ago when we did the turns. So she's just got a great motor in her. But I mean, this race, I feel dumb not picking Just Carolina's Award. Like, what do we do with that horse? He just got back. He's a stakes horse that just ran a 98 speed index, albeit on a very fast track. Galloped home easily last time.
Well, how dumb are we not picking Sugarman's Delight?
Well,
this horse
he disappointed me last week.
$240,000.
I know, but he looked like he was in a spot. Remember what I said last? I said I don't see any way this horse is going to lose.
Yes.
And he lost. A week ago.
I've said that a million times.
And now he's up in class, so.
Just by the way, I've said that a million times in my life.
Yeah.
Can't see this horse losing.
Yeah.
Loses.
And then Mom's Extravagant Heart, who runs just as great as everybody else, but he's been second 14 times. So, what to do in this race as far as pick 4s and pick 5s? What did you do in your pick 4?
Keep the 2.
Ooh.
I went out on a limb and keyed the 2.
All right. Well, we'll see how that race is a little bit of a puzzler to me.
Speaking about, what we just talked about, betting, and I can't see this horse losing. Remember I got to tell you a story. About 30 years ago, I was at the track, and I said to someone, if this horse loses, I'm never going to bet on a horse again. Guess what?
Well, he must have won.
No, the horse lost.
Well, what are you doing?
I know. I went back on my words. The worst decision ever made. It's cost me $5 million ever since. It's It's cost me $5 million. If I would have listened to myself 30 years ago, I'd have $5 million in the bank. I'm telling you.
It wasn't Secretariat or anything,
No,
was it?
I don't remember. Some cheap claimer at Greenwood or something like that. I can't remember.
Oh,
I
dear.
just thought the horse was a cinch and I
Whoops.
was wrong. But I'm going to be wrong again. Let's move on to race number 6. It's an allowance event. These are 3-year-olds and up, non-earners of 4,500 since May the 1st, 2023, which have started at Ajax down since May the 1st of 2023. It takes me forever to read these conditions, but they're important. 110 yards, the most important part of this race. Let's throw a dart at the wall. Who's going to break? I'm betting on night fishing.
Me too.
There we go.
We actually agree on a race.
There we go.
Jeez, I hope that's good because last week I pitched a shutout. I was like really off last week. Look at Night Fishing, 9-year-old mare, just got beat in her return to Carneros, who's probably one of the best 110, 250 horses anywhere for the last few years. She's just an incredible mare. I mean, she really is. And she's got 2 wins at 110 yards at a 3 start. So obviously she loves racing. She doesn't race that many times. You know, she's got a great life there with Dan Giles and Mary Shrama. So, yeah, I went with Night Fishing. I think there's something to be said for Ice Cream Cartel, the 4-horse. Right. Actually, there's a bunch of gray horses in a row here, 3, 4, and 5, all gray horses. Favorite Pearl just got beat a neck to Crash on Oki in a 110 race last time. She ran very well, and Rachel Isaacs just loves that horse. But I like Ice Cream Cartel maybe for the exactas here. She's never tried the distance. But she ran once in May and was 3rd to Maryland Magic.
Look at the screen. I picked the same exacta you did. I went with
okay,
Ice Cream
2-4.
Cartel as well.
There you go.
I am a little worried about the 6-horse Juno. I'm zooming. This 8-year-old mare's got a tremendous amount of back class. She's made over 100,000 lifetime. 110, she's won going 110. So she's 3 for 6 in the money going 110. But again, this is all about the break. It's going to depend on the horses that break the best. And we're betting on a 2-4, so let's hope that's the case.
2-4, yeah.
Let's move on. Oh, by the way, 2-4s, you can now drink beer in parks now.
Yes, I heard that on the
You don't have
radio.
to hide it in a bag or anything like that. Just go to the park and drink beer. That's what I'm doing.
All right.
I'm doing that.
Are you going to do that after work or in between races?
I'm going to, I don't know when I'm going to do it, but I can tell you one beer I won't be drinking. We won't go there.
Oh, no.
I know. Can't drink that beer. It's on my barred list, but I'll drink any other beer. Let's move on. Race number 7 is the Futurity, the feature race on today's card of racing. The 4th running of the Ontario Bred Futurity. $58,095 going forward. We do have 3 scratches in here. The 4, 9, and 10 are out. We're down to a field of 7. Bob Broadstock's got 2 of the 7. I landed on one of his horses. You landed on the other.
Yeah, it's very interesting race. Oh, they don't have the 9-horse scratch there.
Yeah. They don't. I heard he's out. You want to double check, but I was told that he's out.
Yeah, me as well. But anyways, yeah. So let's. We're gonna look at one of the trials. The 2 trials. One was.
He's out now.
Oh, now
he's out now. Whether he's out or not, he's out.
We just made the horse out.
We made him out.
So the 2 trials are won by Pretty Magical, a filly who's in post 2 today with JB Botello, and the other trial was won by 20 to 1 shot that day, Sugar and Pride, with Rachel Isaacs riding. Both horses, by the way, bred by Hesty Sport, which is Northridge Farm that breed thoroughbreds and quarter horses.
Renee Hunterup.
And the Hunterups, yes. So, but let's look at Sugar and Pride's career debut in one of the trials, and look at.
And Darlene Hunterup. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
Yes,
I should
Darlene.
say Renee and Darlene, because I love Darlene to death.
And their son Jason does a lot of work too. So
he does all the work.
Yeah. So let's look at Sugar and Pride. This is George Coleman's 2-year-old who made his career debut. Rachel Isaacs told us all about how the horse, she worked hard with a lot of these other horses, breaking them. Mm-hmm. Not the greatest, not a smooth start, a little bit of a hop, a little bit of a bump he got, but just motored past General Skywalker, who was odds on, and finished so strongly here. We didn't actually get to see the little bump there, but he was a little bit green. But then he was just straight, and they call him Duke, and they call General Skywalker Luke. And so it was Duke getting up to beat Luke, and General Skywalker probably just didn't see that horse. I mean, they all wear blinkers here. But you see, that horse actually got a bit of a brush from the horse to his inside. Didn't bother this 2-year-old. First career start, he doesn't care. I mean, he just ran straight and strong. And whether General Skywalker saw him or not, I think the post positions will make a difference.
Yes.
Is that why you
I
picked
did.
General Skywalker?
I did, because he's outside. He's going to be able to see the horses inside of him this time.
Yeah.
I think, and I've been critical of riders in the past, and I love Ramiro Sanchez Castillo, but I think Ramiro didn't see this horse, is my guess. But he'll be looking at this horse today when the money's on the line. I will tell you one key about the 6-horse, Sugar and Pride. What you do is you go out to outside to the apron and you find George Coleman, because I like George. If he's wearing a suit today, you can bet this horse.
A suit?
Yeah, so he can get his picture taken in the winner's circle.
It's going to be like 29 degrees today.
I know, but George is an older, classy guy. Maybe he's going to wear a suit
well,
today. Maybe a bow tie would be
yeah, maybe
cool.
a bow tie. Okay.
That'd be kind of cool. If George is wearing a bow tie, you can bet the 6. If he's not, then bet the 8.
Now, you picked the 7-horse second.
I did. Snow Magically Sweet. I thought this horse raced wide last time.
Just showed her, yeah. She just closed on the 2 broadstock horses there.
Yes. And Alexis Sanchez looking for his first stake winner.
That's right, yep. And he won a race at Fort Erie yesterday again, so he's still on a roll. Senator Rose is a horse I think you still have to consider. She was so impressive in her debut when she beat General Skywalker of all horses. But she did a little bit, she was scratched at the gate for a stake race. And then in the trial, she just didn't break well at all. She was very slow out of there. So we'll see which Senator Rose we get today.
Well, the horse didn't break well last time, so
no, I know.
No question about that.
Yeah.
So,
I think
rider change too. What do you think of that?
Well, it's not my horse, so Benitez has ridden a lot of horses. He's 35% winners for James Bogar, so yeah. I don't know. But another horse I'm interested in though for the try is You Are the Reason. This is a cold hard dash of Emily Obu, and she was pretty good behind Pretty Magical. It's funny, we didn't really talk about Pretty Magical, and she won the other trial, but she only beat 3 rivals.
Yeah, that was just...
And it was marginally slower, but not really that slower. She's well bred, but we didn't really pick her. Maybe it's because she's inside, and she just wasn't as flashy, I guess, as the General Skywalkers and the Sugar and Pride. So.
Right, I think you're right.
But anyways, it's going to be a heck of a race. It's a great final, great 2-year-old race.
That's our card for today, Wednesday, August the 2nd, here at Ajax Downs. Let me remind everyone we're here every Wednesday this month, but for the last Wednesday, which I think is the 30th, and then we're going to, because we're going to run on the Sunday.
2 Sundays in a row.
Yeah, it's going to be
the
last Sunday in August and the first Sunday in September, and of course it's Family Fun Day on the last August, so you don't want to miss that. And we're going to have a lot of fun in between, but we're going to be with you all day today. We're going to take it upstairs to the voice of Canadian quarter horse racing, Frank Ferrari, for the changes on today's card. Thanks for joining us.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and welcome to Ajax Downs for this afternoon's live card of racing of the fastest horses in Ontario, the quarter horse racing industry. On this afternoon's card, we have 7 races for you. The feature will go in the 7th and final race of the afternoon. It's the 4th running of the Ontario Bred Futurity for 2-year-olds, running for a purse of just under $60,000. An approximate post time for race 7 is at 4:12 p.m. If you can all turn to your programs to race number 1, here are all of the changes and or corrections on today's card of racing. In the first race, we have a vet scratch. Not going postward in the first race is the number 1 horse, Runaway Sugarman. Runaway Sugarman is a vet scratch and will not go postward in today's first race. Also, a couple overweights. Both number 2, Hanover Hill Viola, and number 5, Chiseled Man, will carry 1 pound over. Reminder that throughout the racing card, we have rolling daily doubles and rolling pick 3s. In the second race, we have a few overweights. Number 1, Kefla, 4 pounds over, as is number 6, High Velocity, also 4 pounds over. In the third race, the following overweights. Number 1, A Fancy Arrangement, 5 pounds over. Both number 2, Pink Leona, and number 3, T-Rex, 4 pounds over. And number 4, Down in Carolina, 2 pounds over. Note that race 3 is race A of this afternoon's Pick 5. Horses racing with the flipping halter on in race 3 is the number 5 horse, Princess Leia. In the fourth race, we have a couple overweights. Number 5, SW Annihilator, 2 pounds over. And number 6, A Shades of Cold, 1 pound over. Horses racing with the flipping halter on. Number 1, SW the Tempest. And number 6, A Shades of Cold. Note that race 4 is race A of this afternoon's Pick 4. Race number 5, we have the 1 overweight. The number 1 horse, Sugarman's Delight, carries 5 pounds over. And the number 4 horse, Mom's Extravagant Heart, will run with the flipping halter on. In the 6th race, the following horses with overweights are number 1, Shake Some Sugar, 1 pound over. Number 3, Favorite Pearl, 4 pounds over. Number 5, Wild Kate's Dynasty, 2 pounds over. And number 6, Juno I'm Zoomin', 5 pounds over. Horses racing with the flipping halter on, the number 5 horse, Wild Kate's Dynasty. That brings us to the 7th and feature race of the afternoon. It's the 4th running of the Ontario Bred Futurity for 2-year-olds. $55,000 added, running for a purse of $58,095. We have 3 steward scratches in that 7th race, so scratch those from your program. They are the following horses: the number 4 horse, Dashes of Ivory, the number 9 horse, Papa Chase Now, and the number 10 horse, Double Dash and Corona. Once again, scratch these horses from the 7th race, the 4, the 9, and the 10. And the following overweights: number 1, Feisty Phoebe, 5 pounds over. Number 2, Pretty Magic Hall, 2 pounds over. Number 3, You Are the Reason, 1 pound over. Both number 5, Senator Rose, and number 6, Sugar and Pride, 4 pounds over. Those are the changes thus far in your program. Any further changes and or corrections will be given to you before each race. Track conditions are listed as fast. It's 25 degrees Celsius, 77 degrees Fahrenheit. We have a slight wind at 14 kilometers an hour, which is 8 miles per hour. Post time for race 1 is at 1:30 in just 10 minutes. The horses are now entering the track for today's first race. It's a speed index race for 3-year-olds and upward with a speed index that has never been better than 85, running for a purse of $9,500. Scratch number 1, Runaway Sugarman. Number 2 is the Peacock Cattle Company's Hanover Hill Viola. Brian Bell is in the saddle. Number 3 is Kit's a Winner, owned by the partnership of Earl Foster and Ross Leach. The jockey is Norman D'Souza. Number 4 is Amanda McCormick's Red Wagon Dust. Tony Phillips aboard. And number 5 is Chiseled Man, owned by Rick Kennedy and ridden by Carly Furlonger. That is your field for today's first race, going a distance of 300 yards. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point. It's now post time. Loading first is number 2, Hanover Hill Viola, currently the longest shot on the board in this field. Number 3 is Kit's a Winner, Paul Garrison in search of his first victory of the meet. Red Wagon Dust, co-favorite with number 5, Chiseled Man, the last two to load in this opening race of the afternoon. They're both in. They're at the post. And they're off. Hanover Hill Viola, right at its flank is Kit's a Winner. Away third is Red Wagon Dust, and the early trailer is Chiseled Man. Towards the inside, Hanover Hill Viola split by Kit's a Winner and Red Wagon Dust. Those two coming to the payoff. Red Wagon Dust is going to win the opener. It's a late closing. Chiseled Man in a photo for place with Kit's a Winner. Hanover Hill Viola finished fourth. The unofficial winner of the first race was number 4, Red Wagon Dust. Second was number 5, Chiseled Man. Third, number 3, Kit's a Winner. And fourth, number 2, Hanover Hill Viola. The results of the first race are now official. The winner is number 4, Red Wagon Dust. 6-year-old Sorrel Gelding by Paint Your Own Wagon out of La Petite Rose by Firefinder. Foaled in Ontario by Gary and Marlene McNichol. Red Wagon Dust is owned and trained by Amanda McCormick and ridden to victory by jockey Tony Phillips. Red Wagon Dust winning the distance with a time of 15.903 seconds, carrying a speed index of 79. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read Vet Scratch 4, 312. Those are your total results of the first race. In this second race, just a couple overweights. Number 1, Kefla, 4 pounds over, as is number 6, High Velocity, 4 pounds over.
Organizing. Welcome to Ajax Downs. We just had our first race, and the winner was Red Wagon Dust. And that was his 7th career win, and wonderful fellow for Amanda McCormick, owner, trainer, and breeder, I believe. Yeah, no, Gary and Marlene McNichol bred that horse. And Red Wagon Dust, ridden by TP Phillips. Now, TP, congratulations. Yes, that's very good. This would be his 2nd win in a row had it not been for a little bit of a miscommunication last time. Poor Red Wagon Dust was one of the favorites to double up again, but he broke out of the gate without you on him.
Yeah, I know. That was a little bit of a mishap. I was watching him coming out of the gate, and I was saying, where's TP? Oh. He's with me.
So today you made sure that everything was good and the race went off without a hitch.
Yeah, no glitches, no itches, no stitches.
This has got to be one of your favorite horses, though. I mean, he is, 18 in the money of 23 starts.
Yeah, for the wins he always lost. And as I said, Red Wagon Dust, in whom I put my trust, the win was a must.
And there he goes. TP, good luck the rest of the way, TP. That's the first of 7 races today. The second race coming up in 20 minutes.
Race number 2 is a maiden event. These are 3-year-olds and up, going a distance of 350 yards, Jen. Right now, your choice in here, the 4-horse, Dark and Stormy, is 1-2.
Yes, he is. And Nick, I just want to start today. I know we didn't preview the first race, so I just want to start today in memory of a horseman who we lost yesterday.
Right.
And we're all a big family of horse people, whether we're here at Ajax Downs or Woodbine or Standardbird Racing. But one of our longtime trainers and assistant trainers and jockeys, Ricky Griffith, passed away yesterday, and we're going to miss him very much so. He had a great eye for a horse, and he was a very generous and wonderful young man, and condolences to his family.
He died of that terrible Lou Gehrig's disease. And, Ricky's was around for a long, long time. From Barbados.
Yep, from Barbados for sure, and he paved the way for a lot of people, and I mean a lot of successful horse people to come from Barbados to Canada and back. And it's very tough, and we're going to miss him.
Thanks for those words, Jennifer. Let's talk about race number 2. Dark and Stormy, Alexis Sanchez. This horse did win last week, or back a couple of weeks ago on July the 12th, but got DQ'd. Still looking for his first lifetime win. Finds his maiden field. Not that tough, really. I think there's only probably one horse I think you have to beat in here.
Yeah, Dark and Stormy. So very interesting horse. You know, this is a beautiful horse. A little bit of a slow learner, and but finally put it all together last time in a speed index race. It wasn't a maiden event. We're having a little bit of...
Well, we lost Jennifer. I don't know if they can hear me out there or not, but we are having some technical difficulties right now. We're looking into it. But I'm going to go ahead and just speak about the race as well. The 3-horse, Dagny Taggart, Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. You know, the father and son duel, if you're not aware, Ramiro Sanchez Castillo and Alexis Sanchez is our father and son. Ramiro, of course, being the father, Alexis being the son. They're the two that are going to battle down the lane down here. I see it as a 2-horse race. I think Jennifer sees it the same way. Maybe if you want to look outside of the 3 and the 4.
Hello?
Oh, Jennifer, you're back. Okay, I didn't know if you were back or not. We've solved our technical issues. Thanks, Rob, for that solving of the problem. Go ahead. I was just talking about how the 3 and the 4, the father and son, should be banging it out down the lane.
Yeah, for sure. Dagny Taggart for the First Line Racing Syndicate. And this is the syndicate started here by the Quarter Racing owners. They've enjoyed a great success. It's like 20 different people owning small shares of horses. And she's just sitting on her first win here at Ajax Downs. It's her 5th outing here. Last time she led almost all the way. Just got caught by SW the Tempest in a race that went in a very fast clocking. Now, I should say that the track was pretty fast that day, and there was a a tailwind pushing them down the stretch. But Dagny Taggart ran a great race that day, and she's strictly the one to beat.
Okay, let's talk about a first-time starter in here. Sir Suge. Suge, I don't even know if I'm correcting this right. But the 5-horse, Cheyenne Kerr, rides for Daniel Stevenson.
Yeah, this one's showing some spark in the mornings. A couple of bullet workouts in succession for owner, trainer, and breeder Daniel Stevenson. And this guy is a full brother to Ruby Jess, who is Daniel Stevenson's other horse who races later today. And she's a real gritty speedster and loves the game. So we'll see how this one does if he runs anything close to his workouts. I'm just giving him a bit of a look here. And he's with the pony in the walking ring here. He's been looking around, but very, very nicely turned out. Looks well.
The 6-horse High Velocity draws the outside today. This horse, Rachel Isaacs, retains the mound for owner-trainer Brooke Sissons.
Yeah, this gal's run a bunch of good races here and there. She was 3rd in her 2nd outing of this season. She was running in speed index events. Finally dropped into a maiden race last time, and it was that fast race won by SW the Tempest. in which Dagny Taggart was second. And this gal just didn't seem to have her running shoes on that day. I watched the replay a couple of times. I couldn't really see any kind of excuse, but she is capable of, being in the money against these horses.
Okay, inside two horses. Kefla is the one horse, and the two horse Stan Air. Any thoughts on those two?
Kefla's running in a maiden race for the first time this year. She's been running in Speed Index events. Last time she got beat a neck by a stakes winner who was taking a huge class edge. So that was an excellent effort by Kefla. I like the fact that day that she was off the rail. Sometimes she races on the inside and doesn't do as well. She's drawn the rail today. Diego Benitez is going to get a turn on her. She's one worth taking a look at.
Okay, that's our field for race number 2 coming up in about 5 minutes. We'll be with you after the race.
The horses are now entering the track for today's second race. It's for maiden 3-year-olds and upward, running for a purse of $10,000. Number 1, Kefla, owned by Sean Slater and ridden today by jockey D.I. Benitez. Number 2 is Stan Air, owned by Steve Hunter, Norman D'Souza in the saddle. Number 3 is the First Line Racing Syndicate's Dagny Taggart. Ramiro Sanchez Castillo aboard. Number 4 is Dark and Stormy, owned by Craig Spada and ridden by Alexis Sanchez. Number 5 is Daniel Stevenson's Shug, the Mount to Cheyenne Cur. And completing the field, number 6 is High Velocity, owned by Brooke Sisson and ridden by Rachel Isaacs. That is your field for the second race, going a distance of 350 yards. All of the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point. It's now post time. The horses are now entering the starting gates. First one in, number 1, Kefla. Number 2, Stan Air is in. Number 3, Dagny Taggart. 4 is Dark and Stormy. 2 left to load. They're number 5, Shug, making its lifetime debut. And number 6, High Velocity. In the second race for maiden 3-year-olds and upward, running for a purse of $10,000. They're at the post. And they're off. Towards the inside is Kefla. In the center of the track is Dark and Stormy between horses Stan Air and Dagny Taggart. Now it's Dark and Stormy taking over the lead with Dagny Taggart at his flank. Those two coming down to the finish. It's Dark and Stormy head bobbing with Dagny Taggart. Dark and Stormy wins it. Dagny Taggart was second. Close for show between High Velocity and Stan Air. The unofficial winner of the second race was number 4, Dark and Stormy. Second was number 3, Dagny Taggart. Third, number 2, Stan Air. And fourth, number 6, High Velocity. If I can have your attention, ladies and gentlemen, we have a Stewart's inquiry in this second race. However, it does not involve the top 3 finishers. It's between number 5, Shug, and number 6, High Velocity. The Stewarts are looking at the 5-horse Shug and number 6, High Velocity. Race is under review. Hold all tickets, please, until the second race has been posted official. Now in the winner's circle is your unofficial winner of the second race. That's number 4, Dark and Stormy. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, after a review of the video, the stewards have determined that there will be no change in the order of finish. The results of the second race are now official. The winner is number 4, Dark and Stormy, 3-year-old Bay Colt by Carter's Cartel out of Anna de Lovely by Fury of the Wind. Foaled in Louisiana by Spring Hill Farms LLC, Dark and Stormy is owned by Craig Spada, trained by Lauren Spada, and ridden to victory by jockey Alexis Sanchez. Dark and Stormy winning the distance with a time of 18.135 seconds, carrying a speed index of 86. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 632154. Those are your total results of the second race. In this upcoming third race, just the following overweights. Number 1, a fancy arrangement, 5 pounds over. Both number 2, Pink Leona, and number 3, T-Rex, 4 pounds over. And number 4, Down in Carolina, 2 pounds over. Race 3 is race A of this afternoon's Pick 5.
It was Dark and Stormy winning the second race here at Ajax Downs. And this is a colt owned by Craig Spada, trained by his daughter, Lauren Spada, and ridden by Alexis Sanchez. And if you have been following the races here, you know Alexis is fairly new to riding, and he's been winning races at Woodbine Fort Erie and Ajax Downs here. His father, Ramiro Castillo, oh, he was second. You beat your dad. And paddocking a horse for the first time was your brother Aldo, who paddocked Dark and Stormy. So it was all around Ramiro Castillo family. And congratulations, Alexis. You made it official on this horse. Very talented horse. He won last time as the best horse, but unfortunately he got disqualified. Today he didn't have any problems, did you?
We had a couple mistakes the last time, but the important thing is just keep focused, trying to work hard and try to fix the problem. And this is the result. We did it this time. We work on it, and thankfully we win.
Well, it's what we have to learn about horses, right? We're always learning something every day, and we know, and you guys know, that horse is very talented, but has his quirks. So you took that from last time, and just you were ready for whatever he was going to do, and the horse was impressive, and you got another victory.
Yeah, the horse is getting good, and probably is going to get better and better, and then it's going to get easier.
And your brother had a big smile on his face. The first time he's ever brought a horse over here for the races. That must have been nice.
Yeah, yesterday was his first time taking a horse to the paddock in 480, so he's been working really hard. He's been learning everything so fast, and I mean, maybe we're going to have him soon.
All right. Well, congratulations to you and your brother and the family. It's Alexis Sanchez. And that was Dark and Stormy winning race 2 for the Spada family. The ponies have come over to say hello. So if the kids over here want to come and say hello to the ponies, we have Amigo and Clifford. And we have the third race coming up in 17 minutes.
Race number 3 is the Speed Index event. These are 3-year-olds and up with an average of 80 and under. 350 yards the distance in here, Jen. And right now, 4 to 5 down in Carolina.
Yeah, well, that's your pick, I think.
It
Nick?
is.
Down in Carolina, a 5-time winner, and last year he won 2 races. This year, we've been talking about him. He's been kind of off his best game this season, but last time there was a bright light, and, he's always looking so good, this horse. He's just a nice-looking Ontario bred. J.B. Patello got on him last time, and they were a close third. Look who the winner was, Dark and Stormy, who we just saw win the previous race. So that's a good frame of reference down in Carolina. He's certainly due to win, considering the way that he does have a nice winning touch.
Okay, the 3-horse T-Rex is who you've put on top in here. Only a one-time winner, just broke his maiden. His last start on July the 12th. Now tests his skills against multiple winners.
Yes, well, from the red-hot James Bogar stable, they've got 15 wins this year, and 4 of them came last week. And T-Rex didn't take long to win his maiden, and he was odds-on when he won on July 12th, and he looked very strong that day, 350 yards. Diego Benitez back riding again on T-Rex. He looks pretty good.
Okay, the 2-horse Pink Leona, ridden today by our Barbie, Rachel Isaacs.
Pink Leona, I showed her replay from her last race today, and look at her. I just love the way this filly looks. She was placed first in a maiden race at Zia Park last fall, and she's run 3 times here. I'm not really worried about the first time she raced here. It was 110 yards, but her last 2 starts were not too bad, and last time she just rolled through the stretch. I mean, just flying past everybody, but got going a little too late. Now she moves out from 300 to 350 yards. I quite like her. I didn't pick her on top, but I think she could be 1-2.
Let me talk a little bit about a mare, a 6-year-old mare, the 5-horse Princess Leia. She hasn't been very good this year, but she's better than that. Can she turn it around? I know you love this angle, Jennifer. 3rd time off the shelf.
Yeah, 3rd time off the layoff for sure is one of my favorite approaches. She also drops a class level. She's a 4-time winner, a very talented mare. I mean, she's held her own against down in Carolina in the past. Her main thing over the years has been her antics at the gate. So May 31st, her first start of this year, she actually broke very well. She broke on top, but didn't stick around for long. And last time she didn't have a very good start, and that was just last week. So she's coming back in a week, and we'll see if we can get another Castillo Sanchez in the winner's circle. I expect her to run better, but I'm not convinced that she's ready to peak just yet.
Okay, rounding out the field, the 1-horse, a fancy arrangement. Eddie Walton making his first start today for owner-trainer Joe Tavares.
Yeah, and this mare had a sluggish start from the gate in her last race. It was a very fast race, actually, but on a day where the track was fast. She knows how to win. She also knows how to be second and third. She's had 9 of those. And she won her final outing of last season at 220 yards. She has a win at 350, although I'm not sure that this is her favorite trip.
Okay, let me remind everyone the start of today's Pick 5 is coming up in about 7 minutes. Don't get shut out. It's our favorite wager on today's card of racing, the Pick 5 coming up very, very soon.
The horses are now entering the track for today's third race. It's a speed index race for 3-year-olds and upward with an average speed index of 80 and under, running for a purse of $9,000. Number 1 is a Fancy Arrangement, owned by Joe Tavares and ridden by Ed Walton. Number 2 is Pink Leona, owned by Brooke Sisson, Rachel Isaacs in the saddle. Number 3 is T-Rex, owned by James Bogar and ridden by D.I. Benitez. Number 4, Down in Carolina, owned by Emily Obu and ridden today by jockey J.B. Botello. And number 5 is Princess Leia, owned by Marie Broadstock and ridden by jockey Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. That is your field for the third race, going a distance of 350 yards. Race 3 is Race A of this afternoon's Pick 5. All of the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point. It's post time. The horses are now entering the starting gates. Number 1, A Fancy Arrangement is in. Number 2, Pink Leona goes in. Number 3 is T-Rex, trying to run his winning streak to 2. And the last 2 to load, number 4, Down in Carolina, and number 5, Princess Leia. They're at the post. And they're off. Stumbling at the start was A Fancy Arrangement, but regrouped and takes the lead. Away second on the outside is Princess Leia. Between horses, we've got Pink Leona, T-Rex, Down in Carolina. They're all coming down to the stretch. Princess Leia has found her best stride, as has T-Rex. Princess Leia wins it. T-Rex was second. Pink Leona will complete the triactor. Race 3 numbers unofficial, 5-3-2. The unofficial winner of the third race was number 5, Princess Leia. Second was number 3, T-Rex. Third, number 2, Pink Leona. And fourth, number 1, A Fancy Arrangement. Now in the winner's enclosure is your unofficial winner of the third race. That's number 5, Princess Leia. The results of the third race are now official. The winner was number 5, Princess Leia, 6-year-old sorrel mare by Look at Magic's format of Katie's Award by Winner's Award. Bred and owned by Marie Broadstock, Princess Leia is trained by Bob Broadstock and ridden to victory by jockey Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. Princess Leia winning the distance with a time of 18.061 seconds, carrying a speed index of 88. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 43251. Those are the total results of the third race. In this upcoming fourth race, just a couple overweights. Number 5, SW Annihilator, 2 pounds over, and number 6, A Shades of Cold, 1 pound over. Race 4 is Race A of this afternoon's Pick 4.
Princess Leia has won the third race for Bob Broadstock and team. Ramiro Castillo riding the filly. And look at the fans were all over this one. 6-5 she was. She broke well and she won the race. Nice trip, eh?
Yeah, really nice today. Really nice in El Gay. Very clean way,
Very good. Now, we've seen Ramiro's son win the previous race, and his son was running the horse in the race. Ramiro, we have a new interviewer here today. She's going to practice. So her name is Charity, and she's going to ask you some questions today. Charity, take it away and interview Ramiro. Here you go.
Hello, Ramiro. What would be your favorite color?
Blue.
Me too. What's your favorite animal? Definitely. What would be the pattern of your dream horse?
I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I have a question for you. What's your favorite movie?
You know what? I have a lot of movies, so I'm gonna have to go with one, Minion.
That was terrific.
See?
Well done, Charity. Look at all the people clapping. That was very good. All right. Well done, Ramiro. Thank you very much. Well done for Princess Leia winning. And Charity, you got a future. You rocked it. We got race 4 coming up in about 20 minutes.
race number 4, the start of today's pick 4 coming up in about 11 minutes, Jen. I'll tell you, both you and I were looking, we were at the paddock just now looking at some of these horses. I'll tell you who caught my eye, and I didn't pick this horse, was the one horse, SW the Tempest.
Yes, she looked very sharp and ready to go. In fact, she just walked by me again here, and a couple of the guys just trying to get the saddle put on her, and she's on a mission. She's ready to go. So, and she's coming off of her maiden victory where she absolutely flew by rivals and won by a length. And winning by a length is a lot in a 330-yard dash. And second in that race was Dagny Taggart,
right,
who we saw just run a really good second in the previous race. So SW the Tempest, as long as she doesn't mind the rail posts. But you can see her there. Very much prancing.
By the way, I just have a note from an earlier race today, race number 2. I spoke to Daniel Stevenson. He pulled me aside. That 5 horse is pronounced Shug.
Okay.
I know. It's a little off topic, but whatever. Just came to my mind. Let's talk about your pick in here, the 2 horse, Crash on Oki.
Yes, Crash on Oki. This is for the Spada barn. Owner Craig Spada, Lauren Spada looking for their second win with Alexis Sanchez riding. Crash on Oki won his first career race, first win of his career, July 12th in a 110-yard dash. But he had run so many good races and longer events in a stakes race and trials. This guy is just really blossoming now. Kind of like the horse that these guys won with earlier today, as far as Dark and Stormy. So Crash on Oki moving out from 110 to 300 yards, and I think the roll is beginning for the Spada team. Looking pretty good there in the walking ring.
Okay, let's talk about my selection in here, the 5 horse, SW Annihilator. JB Botello looking for his first one on today's card. This horse, little wound up in the paddock, I think.
Yeah, not too bad. I really liked him last time, his 4th start of the year. He was dipping from allowance into a speed index race. Just couldn't quite keep up to winner there, and then he lost second place by a neck. Just Carolina's Award, the winner of that race, class horse, a stakes winner, so I'm not going to use that against him. I'm sorry.
I think we're continuing with some technical difficulties on Jen's, and we're going to get that looked at. But race number 4 we're talking about here is coming up in 8 minutes. I'm going to talk very quickly about the 6 horse, A Shades of Cold. This is a horse that's ridden today by Brian Bell for the first time. Coming out of a stakes race, only got beat two lengths, has been running against Snow Moose and Sour Candy and Snow Moose and Sour Candy. This horse has been running against a lot tougher. Gets a lot of class relief in here in a non-2 life or a non-3 Ontario sired, which this horse is. So this horse is going to get a lot of class relief in here today. The 3 horse Azur's Royalty, ridden today by Neil Husbands, is the regular pilot on this horse for trainer Brooke Cizons. And the 4 horse Ruby Jess coming out of the Daniel Stevenson barn. Cheyenne Kerr in the saddle. Boy, the 3 just walked by us. Boy, this horse looks really, really good, this 5-year-old gelding. And the 4 horse Ruby Jess. Cheyenne Kerr riding for Daniel Stevenson. This is a horse that's had 5 starts this year with 1 win, 2 seconds. Very, very consistent, I'll tell you. And getting some money right now at 3-1. That's the field for race number 4. Don't forget the start of today's pick 4. Hopefully we'll get Jen's problem solved with the mic, and we'll be with you for the run up to this race.
The horses are now entering the track for today's fourth race. It's an allowance for 3-year-olds and upward, which have never won 2 races, or Ontario sired, which have never won 3 races, running for a purse of $11,000. Number 1, SW the Tempest, owned by Chantal Bourgeois and ridden by Cassandra Jeske. Number 2 is Crash on Oki, owned by Craig Spada, the mount to Alexis Sanchez. Number 3 is Azur's Royalty, owned by Megan Finnessy, the mount to Neil Husbands. Number 4 is Ruby Jess, owned by Daniel Stevenson, and ridden today by jockey Cheyenne Kerr. Number 5 is SW Annihilator, owned by Melina Fitchin, and ridden by JB Botello. And completing the field, number 6 is A Shades of Cold, owned by Amelie Obu, and ridden today by jockey Brian Bell. That is your field for the fourth race, going a distance of 300 yards. Race 4 is Race A of this afternoon's Pick 4.
Race number 4, the start of today's Pick 4, coming up in about 2 minutes, Jen. I know it says post time, but by that time the horses warm up and get to the gate, it'll take about 2 minutes. Anyways, first of all, I'm glad you're back, and I want your thoughts on what's going on down there.
If I knew what was going on down here, I'd, be rich.
It's true.
Yeah, no, looks like we're working again. Boy, the horses for this race look great. Who did you use in your Pick 4 wager, Nick?
I used the 5 and the 6. I like the SW Annihilator and the 6 horse, Shades of Coal. But I am having second thoughts because the 1 horse looked really good to me in the paddock, and I know you like the 2.
Yeah, I like the 1 and the 2, but I did think the 6 probably, next to the 1, the 6 horse won the
beauty contest.
Yeah, on the track, very much on his toes, controlled energy, but hard to pick them apart here. They all look pretty good.
Okay, that's the word from the rail from Jennifer Morrison. We'll be with you for the analysis of race number 5.
Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, for anyone that has the quarter horse program, you will be eligible for a free Frosty if any of our jockeys win 2 races this afternoon. And in this upcoming 4th race, if jockey Alexis Sanchez wins aboard Crash on Oki, you will be able to redeem your coupon at the merchandise booth. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point, and they're loading into the gates. Number 1, SW the Tempest, the first in. Currently the 9-5 favorite on the board. Number 2 is Crash on Oki, trying to give Alexis Sanchez his second winner on the card. Number 3, Azur's Royalty, the lone gray in this field. 4 is Ruby Jess. Last 2 to load will be the stablemates from Jason Pasco's barn, SW Annihilator, and number 6, now currently the 3-2 favorite, A Shades of Cold. They're at the post. And they're off. Out quickly towards the inside is SW the Tempest. In the center of the track is Ruby Jess coming over to join SW the Tempest between horses. Crash on Oki. Late run from A Shades of Cold on the extreme outside. Crash on Oki and Alexis Sanchez win his second race of the afternoon. Tight for place with SW Annihilator, Ruby Jess, and A Shades of Cold. The unofficial winner of the fourth race was number 2, Crash on Oki. Second was number 4, Ruby Jess. Third, number 5, SW Annihilator. And fourth, number 6, A Shades of Cold. The results of the fourth race are now official. The winner is number 2, Crash on Oki. 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Crash Cartel out of Staying on Oki by Okie Dokie Dale. Foaled in Mexico by Isaac Fair. Crash on Oki is owned by Craig Spada, trained by Lauren Spada, and ridden to victory by jockey Alexis Sanchez. Once again, that's the second winner for the trio. Owner Craig Spada, trainer Lauren Spada, and jockey Alexis Sanchez. Crash on Oki winning the distance with a time of 15.576 seconds, carrying a speed index of 90. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 516234. Those are your total results of the fourth race. In this upcoming fifth race, just the one overweight, number 1, Sugarman's Delight, will carry 5 pounds over. You can now redeem your coupon at the merchandise booth for the free Frosty coupon for Wendy's, which is located on Kingston Road right outside here in front of the track on 274 Kingston Road.
Race number 5 is a speed index event, Jennifer. A field of 5 going forward. Pretty tough race to pick. I know you landed on the 3 horse Just a Deal, so let's start with this horse.
Yeah, this is the big tank of a mare in behind me here, number 3 for the Bob Broadstock stable, already with winner today. She was very impressive winning going 400 yards last time, and she goes shorter here, which is not to her benefit, but boy, she was so powerful, and that was her 8th career win on July 16th on a day when the track was pretty fast. So I like the way she finished up. You know, this is a very evenly matched group. I mean, a lot of these are stakes horses, and, you know, she's going to have to be as good as she was last time to win this.
Okay, let's talk about my selection in here, a horse that you've been on the bandwagon for quite a while, and that's the 2 horse Chicks Dig My Money Bags, Tony Phillips riding for Dr. Ruth Barber.
Yeah, Chicks Dig My Money Bags. Lots of bad luck this year, but his race last week was super. Again, he's really tried hard this year. All 6 horses in that race last week were almost in a line at the finish, and unfortunately he got beat 2 noses and ended up 3rd. So he's back in a week at 350 yards. He's got 2 wins at the distance. His day is coming. It's just a matter of getting lucky. We've seen T.P. Phillips, who's also had some bad luck this year, and he's already won a race today. So maybe today's the day for Chicks Dig My Money Bags.
Let's talk about the 4 horse, a horse that I want to rename. I mean, the 4 horse's name is Mom's Extravagant Heart. I want to name this horse Mr. Seconditis, 34 lifetime starts, 14 seconds. This year, true to form, 3 starts, 2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, he ran a winning race last time. He looked like he was going to win, and Just a Deal just like turned on the afterburners and blew past him to win by half a length. So, yeah, he's always right there. He fights hard. He's really looking good in the walking ring here. He makes a great appearance. 3-1 is nice odds on him. But, yeah, he's hard to play in the win place.
Let's talk about 2 classy horses in this race, and we're going to start with the bottom horse, the 5 horse, Just Carolina's Award, Alexis Sanchez riding Lights Out.
Yeah, well, what are you going to bet that the Spada team and Alexis Sanchez win their 3rd race of the day? Well, right now, 7-5 on this horse, and he was a project for trainer Lawrence Spada. This is a horse that was a stakes winner back in 2020. And he won some races in 2021 and then missed a lot of time due to an injury. She brought him back, and he won last time with a 98 speed index. And that was a pretty impressive win. The track was fast that day. But, boy, he looks sharp. Really looks good here. There's Lauren Spada with him right there. So 7-5, pretty low odds against a pretty tough field. But it's hard to leave him out.
Okay, and let's talk about the class of the class of the class. The 10-year-old gelding, Sugarman's Delight, Eddie Walton in the saddle again today. This horse is banked $241,000.
Well, he was just looking over there towards the crowd, Sugarman's Delight, looking at all the people. He likes looking at all the people. Really looks great. I mean, but all of Joe Tavares' horses, he's got a great team over there. So Sugarman's Delight is back in a week as well. He's been a close second in 2 straight races. One of them was from the rail when he got beat by Bodie 2 starts ago. Just an honest horse, and he's really on his toes. I just don't know if he can, beat these guys from the rail, but I certainly like him at 7-1.
Okay, that's our field for race number 5. Let me remind everyone, we're back next Wednesday, the following Wednesday, the one after that, until August the 30th. And then we, of course, are going to have the big day here. And that, of course, will be the Family Fun Day here at Ajax Downs, which we've done for many, many years. Very successful event here at Ajax Downs. We look forward to it every year, and this year will be no different. Race number 5 coming up in 7 minutes.
The horses are now entering the track for today's fifth race. It's a speed index race for 3-year-olds and upward with an average speed index of 90 and under, running for a purse of $10,000. Number 1, Sugar Man's Delight, owned by Joe Tavares and ridden by Ed Walton. Number 2 is Ruth Barber's Chicks Dig My Money Bags, the mount to Tony Phillips. Number 3 is Jessa Deal, owned by the partnership of the Peacock Cattle Company and Marie Broadstock, and ridden by Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. Number 4 is Mom's Extravagant Heart, owned by Chantal Bourgeois, and ridden by Cassandra Jeske. And number 5 is Just Carolina's Award, owned by Craig Spada, Alex Sanchez in the saddle. That is your field for the fifth race, going a distance of 350 yards. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point. It's post time. Number 1, Sugar Man's Delight is the first one in. Number 2 is Chicks Dig My Money Bags, the lone gray in this field. Number 3 is Jessa Deal. Number 4, Mom's Extravagant Heart. And the last one to load will be number 5, Jess Carolina's Award, trying to give the Connections their third win of the afternoon. They're at the post. And they're off. Chicks Dig My Money Bags. To his inside is Sugarman's Delight, and coming over is Jess Carolina's Award. It's Chicks Dig My Money Bags and Sugarman's Delight. Jess Carolina's Award trying to gain from the outside. And as they come down to the wire, Sugarman's Delight is going to win it. Chicks Dig My Money Bags was second, and Jess Carolina's Award completes the triactor. Race 5 numbers unofficial 125. The unofficial winner of the 5th race was number 1, Sugarman's Delight. Second was number 2, Chicks Dig My Money Bags. And third, number 5, Jess Carolina's Award. We've got a photo for 4th between number 4, Mom's Extravagant Heart, and number 3, Jess a Deal. And in the photo, it was number 4, Mom's Extravagant Heart, finishing 4th. Now entering the winner's enclosure is your unofficial winner of the fifth race. That's number 1, Sugarman's Delight. The results of the fifth race are now official. The winner is number 1, Sugarman's Delight. 10-year-old Sorrel Gelding by Sugarman Perry out of the Thoroughbred Wonders Delight by Relegate. Bred in Ontario by Christine Tavares, Sugarman's Delight is owned and trained by Joe Tavares and ridden to victory by jockey Ed Walton. Sugarman's Delight winning the distance with a time of 17.738 seconds, carrying a speed index of 97. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 12543. Those are your total results of the fifth race. In this upcoming sixth race, just the following overweights. Number 1, Shake Some Sugar, 1 pound over. Number 3, Favorite Pearl, 4 pounds over. Number 5, Wild Kate's Dynasty is 2 pounds over. And number 6, Juno I'm Zoomin', 5 pounds over.
Sugarman's Delight. Boy, did he look sharp in the walking ring, and he ran to it. 10 years old, and he fended off everybody. Won for the 15th time in his career. He has earnings of well over $200,000. Congratulations to Joe Tavares, Christine Tavares, and the whole Tavares team back there on their second win of the season. And Eddie Walton, this is your buddy. I mean, my goodness, you won a stakes race on him last year as a 9-year-old, and you guys close second place finishes this year, and now you got the win. How'd it go out there today?
Yeah, he broke really well. You went head and head with the 2-horse for a while, but he can kind of put him away at the end. He's just a nice, classy horse. He knows what he's doing here, and when he's like that, he's awful tough to beat.
And things are you're starting to pick up now for you. I mean, how are you feeling about the season?
Yeah, feeling good. Like, our horses ran so good last year, they were kind of in indexes just a little over their heads. And, it's going to take some time, but they're starting to come around right now.
I say one thing, the horses always look like a picture. I mean, this horse looks so great. They do such a good job with these horses.
It's funny, I think Amy, Vicky, Andrew, they've been with Joe for 15 years, maybe longer. They do a tremendous job with the horses. Joe's over there overlooking everything all the time and barking orders, but they're great people. They really look after the horses.
Well, that's great for them, great for you. Congratulations, Eddie, and congratulations to the Tavares team back there with Sugarman's Delight, the 10-year-old. He doesn't look a day over 5. Boy, easy for me to say. 18 minutes to race 6.
Race number 6 is the Gridiron Gallop, 110 yards, an allowance event. These are 3-year-olds and up, non-earners of 4,500 since May the 1st, Jennifer. And night fishing taking all the early dough.
Yes. Well, she is a bit of a specialist at this 110-yard distance. And for those of you here, the race starts pretty much right in front of us, and it'll be over in less than 7 seconds. So night fishing came off the lengthy layoff on July 12th. Got beat a neck at this distance to Carneros, who actually set a world record for the distance once a few years ago. So she's won 10 of 36 starts, and she is a 9-year-old mare and just looks a picture of health. She's there over there with Dan Giles, who trains her for Mary Schramma. So looking good, night fishing, and 3 to 5. Wow. Okay.
Well, let's go through all the grays, and there's 4 out of the 6 horses are grays in here. The 3-horse favorite Pearl, Rachel Isaacs, riding for Jason Pascoe.
Yeah, this is a classy gal who took 2022 off, and she had 1 start in June, and then recently ran in a 110. Was second by a neck to Crash on Oki, who was a winner today. Rachel Isaacs rides this mare. She loves this mare. And this gal's 8 years old, 3 wins in 23 starts, and certainly one to consider.
Okay, let's talk about the 4-horse, Ice Cream Cartel. Another gray coming out of the Bob Broadstock barn. This time he's using Alexis Sanchez.
Yeah, that's because Ramiro is going to ride his favorite mare, Night Fishing. So Alexis gets a turn on Ice Cream Cartel, who's a winning type and really quick out of the gate, but she's never tried this distance. In fact, I'm not sure what the shortest is. She's won at 250, so we'll see how she does. She hasn't raced since May, so she's going to have to be extra sharp, but that was a quick workout she had on July 9th.
Okay, let's go to the last gray in the field, the 5-horse Wild Cakes Dynasty. This horse coming out of the Jason Pascoe barn, J.B. Patello in the saddle today.
Yeah, she ran so well in a 110 race early in July, and then wasn't as good last week, and it was a tougher field, no question, but she just didn't get out of the gate as sharp as she did earlier, and she made a really nice appearance that day. She is about as white as a horse can get, and but you know, she's a maiden, so she's never won a race, so she's up against it here. She does like the short distances, but yeah, she's in tough.
Okay, let's talk about the last 2 horses in the race, both coming out of the Joe Tavares barn. Joe looking for back-to-back winners in here, Shake Some Sugar and Juno I'm Zooming.
Yeah, so Shake Some Sugar. Brian Bell's going to ride this older fella, and you know, he's a very consistent horse. He was 2 wins and 2 seconds last year at the age of 9, and this year he's run once and was not too bad. Finished 5th going 110, but he's from the rail, so he's going to have to be really on his toes. Eddie Walton, who rides for the Tavares barn, he's going to ride the 6, and this is the mare Juno I'm Zooming, who you quite like.
I do.
And she's a winner at the distance. She has won at this distance, and her 1 start this year in June. Tough field she was against there, 330 yards. So she's one to consider. That's the 6-horse. Juno I'm Zooming at a nice 7-1.
Win, play, show, daily double, or exactor, triactor, superfecta. Wagering coming up in 7 minutes. Don't forget, feature race of our card is the 7th and final race on today's card. The 4th running of the Ontario Bred Derby coming up after this race. Good luck with your wagering.
The horses are now entering the track for today's sixth race. It's an allowance for 3-year-olds and upward, non-earners of $4,500 since May 1st, 2023, and which have started at Ajax Downs since May 1st, 2023, running for a purse of $9,000. Number 1, Shake Some Sugar, owned by Joe Tavares and ridden today by jockey Brian Bell. Number 2 is Night Fishin', owned by Mary Scramma and ridden by Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. Number 3 is Favorite Pearl, owned by Milena Fitchin, Rachel Isaacs in the saddle. Number 4 is Ice Cream Cartel, owned by the partnership of the Peacock Cattle Company and Marie Broadstock, and ridden today by jockey Alexis Sanchez. Number 5 is Wild Kate's Dynasty, owned by Milena Fitchin and ridden by J.B. Botello. And completing the field, number 6 is Juno I'm Zoomin', also owned by Joe Tavares and ridden by jockey Ed Walton. That is your field for the sixth race, going a distance of 110 yards. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point. It's post time. Number 1, Shake Some Sugar goes in. 1 of 2 in this field for owner-trainer Joe Tavares. Leading rider Brian Bell looking for his first win of the afternoon. Number 2 is Night Fishin'. Ramiro Sanchez Castillo looking for his second winner on the card. Number 3 is Favorite Pearl, 1 of 2 in this field for trainer Jason Pasco. Number 4 is Ice Cream Cartel, Alexis Sanchez looking for his third winner on the card for Bob Broadstock. Wild Kate's Dynasty, the other Jason Pasco trained for JB Botello. And the last one in, Juno I'm Zoomin', Eddie Walton aboard for Joe Tavares, looking for back-to-back winners. They're at the post. And they're off. Out quickly in the center was Favorite Pearl. Night Fishin' to his inside. Night Fishin' outside Juno I'm Zoomin'. Night Fishin' wins it in a photo on a late closing Juno I'm Zoomin'. The unofficial winner of the 6th race was number 2, Night Fishin'. Second was number 6, Juno I'm Zoomin'. Third, number 4, Ice Cream Cartel. And we've got a photo for 4th between number 5, Wild Kate's Dynasty, and number 3, Favorite Pearl. And in the photo, it was number 5, Wild Kate's Dynasty, finishing 4th.